I'm not getting sound for some reason. I'm trying to figure it out. One moment. And I don't mean SMC-70 sound. This has been one of those mornings that hasn't gone to plan. We'll get into it in a moment. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, boy. Okay, first let me just kill remote desktop. Close. Oh, wait. I know what happened. I need remote desktop back. I didn't start the server stuff over there yet. That's what happened. Right? I think. No, they're both there. Okay, why? Why is that not working? Oh my gosh. Here, hi. One moment. I can't read chat. Huh. Those you can hear me? Yeah, that part's easy. There's something weird about how the Deck Talk audio is routed, where sometimes it won't start. It's been the least worst option, though. Oh my gosh, the only thing worse than a touchscreen experience on a desktop not designed for it is somehow a touchpad experience without a scroll bar or a scroll wheel. Somehow missing a scroll wheel is just worse than touch. I will never understand. It's insane. Anyway, there's rant 1 of probably 35 for today. So fun fact here, I'll just tell you all the ways that things have not been going well today. Video capture, I got no idea what's wrong. It doesn't work. So we're looking at that. I went to go try and do stuff on the server and it was just completely non-responsive. That's why the stream started late. Because it seems like Elasticsearch realized that I changed some stuff around with the drives and it's trying to reindex everything that's ever existed, which is just extra fun since it never works anyway. And I've never been able to do full text searches in Nextcloud. So now I'm having the issue. Why is there no Deck Talk? Oh my gosh. I'm just going to go restart the Bluetooth adapter because I am losing my mind. Okay, the headphones reported being disconnected. Turn it back on. They're connected, but it's not working. It always makes a pop and a hiss when it works. Why is it not working? Okay. Let me try something. I'm going to close. Oh my gosh, I see what happened. You know what? It's one of those days. Wow. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's definitely one of those days. Okay.
TikTok is now online. And online. Fox subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 8 months, currently on an 8-month streak, and says, oh no, I've been sub for 8 months, how could that have happened? And online.
Oh my gosh, okay. Let me catch up. Walker, Texas Dangler, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and for...
Beep, boop, boop, beep, Shelby sounds like he hasn't had his coffee yet, C-H-E-E-R.
In a way, no, I haven't.
End of line.
And, Walker, Texas...
C-H-E-E-R, 100. Most of the sold parts keep our minds backed up on tape for issues of losing it. Shelby probably uses 8-inch diskettes. End of line.
Walker, Texas Dangler, thank you for the 44 months there. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Dora Fox, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate that. Dora Fox, thank you for the 128 bits. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits.
Is it dark in the studio or are you just in a bad mood?
It's possible the exposure got turned down on that camera. Let me just look.
At tier 1. They've subscribed for 52 months. And says we dual output capture adventures continue.
Oh no. Dual output is a far, far away endeavor. Alright, oh, that's obviously too bright. I need to go through and tweak all of my LUTs. I've changed how I'm doing color grading over the last couple of videos, and I can get better results now. There we go. Lanesy, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 52 months there. I appreciate that. Wait a minute. 40, 52. Yeah, maybe. 6, math, man. I don't know anymore. Whatever. Okay. Let's go over it.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. No one has ever complained that my streamers are too bright. Probably because I'm on camera. End of line.
Hold on. I've got all the wrong stuff running everywhere. There we go. Now I can switch video sources. Boop. Okay, let's go over all the fun stuff. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. So, yesterday we left off with attempting to do video capture of the SMC-70, and it basically looking like that, where it's completely screwy and nothing looks right. Well, I still have no idea what's going on. Matter of fact, this RT4K, not involved at all. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill OBS here. Actually, I'm just gonna delete scene left because that has everything for this retro tank on it. Or you know what? Screw it. I'll just unplug it. Whatever. It'll live. Oh boy. All right, and then we've got scene right, because the idea was we're going to do dual capture stuff, but we can't even single capture right now, so we're going to not worry about that. It looks like, what on earth was that tinging sound? I don't like that. Why is this no longer doing a projector? There, boom, that's what it looks like, and that's wrong. It's like flickery, it's all weird, it's not right, man. So I thought, oh, I'll hook up the logic analyzer and then that'll tell me everything I need. And I think it has, but it's also made me sad. In theory, maybe, I could do VGA capture on this. Let's see how lucky I am. EXT VGA. Does this work? Drum roll, please. No. Okay, let me try one more thing. This VGA capture workbench. And I think, almost. Did I unplug this to plug in that DVI thing? One moment. Because it'd be nice to be able to do video capture of the HP 16500C. It's not the B because I needed the analog scope part. Oh wait, that was going into the DVI port. It's obviously not that. Oh gosh, okay. That's input 1 on this, which is here. So we should go local to scalar, enter, right? To scalar, enter. Okay, how about now? All right, I give up. That is a problem that does not need to be solved. Screw it. Enjoy shooting off screen. And me walking in front of it. Okay. This is sucking. I don't know what. Stop running repetitive. Just single capture until I get lucky, please. Because I don't know how to set the trigger and I give up. I don't want to know. Come on. That was close. You know, let's just widen it. There. No. Okay. Look at these horizontal sync pulses. Those look horrible. You can't see them because it's horrible screen video footage. I don't know. Somehow, I think it's not properly grounding the... This is already maxed. I need the VGA capture to work. Oh my gosh. I think it's not grounded correctly somehow, which is killing me. It's not from the unit not being grounded. So if I take ESD strap, all right, and I just go boop, nothing happens. And I go boop, nothing happens. So it's not that. But here's the weird part, okay? So watch how it's flickering. I, meatbag, am going to touch things. Oh, I swear this did something else before. Nope, not going to do it now, because why would I want it to? So here's my thought. The RT4K sync is not working correctly because the slope of the sync signal is too smooth. So it's, forget what the term is. The activation point is inconsistent.
100 and not going to do it now, of course not. Now you're live dot. End of line.
Graf, that's just how the audio is. Sorry. Chloe, I have been at this for the last 2 hours. It's not something like, oh, I could have just done it before stream. Well, it's not going to be bad caps in the power supply because the power supply is 100% brand new. It could be bad caps. It was not always like this always. So here's the thing. I can't hear the audio, and there's no way for me to hear the audio. If I put on the audio, you know what? Here's I'll fix the hiss, okay? Watch this. Did it go away when I am speaking now? Because it's the air conditioning. It's always been the air conditioning. Yeah, so I'm not ready to start looking at all the things that we could do yet. So you are joining me at pretty much exactly the point where I got to this state. So I am still trying to think through what tests that I want to do and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to think through how I want to handle this right now. So I'm not really looking for suggestions at the moment. Why am I getting notifications? And do I just want to mute my phone? It's stupid stuff. Oh my gosh. The garbage sponsors. I swear. Dude, my public email address is like, I'm almost at the point where I'm just going to close it. Because I get so much AI garbage spam now, constantly, all day long. And it makes it just unusable. Trying to play OBS noise gate. I'm not messing with it. Nope. Ain't happening. I don't care right now. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I have my limits of what problems I'm willing to look at right now, and that is not one of them. All right, let's start working on some stuff. I sound so exasperated because I had a nice setup started for today where it was going to be the laptop over there. I had both RetroTink 4Ks hooked up. I got all the capture working. And I thought, so I had to update the firmware on the new one. I transferred over my profiles and stuff. I've been working on getting it set up to be usable more like the other one because I literally unboxed it for the first time yesterday. I didn't even put power to it until this morning. I set up both Magewell HDMI capture cards on the laptop. And I did all this stuff. And then this was still a problem, which I was not anticipating it being. So then I just quickly set it up to where I could kind of see this. So, man. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I am just going to bypass all of the video capture hardware that is permanently set up and run a VGA cable directly into the IN1606. I'm going to unplug whatever is there. I don't care right now. And that'll get us the VGA capture of the 16500C. Okay. Okay. There are two cables plugged in. I don't care what any of them are, because at the moment, neither one of them benefits me. Oh, well, I just unplugged power from the audio interface. Who cares? Well, it's not being useful now anyway. Okay. I'm just going to restart the deck talk really quick just to make sure I can still hear it, because I'm pretty sure I have bypassed the audio interface entirely at this point. Because pipe wire was making life annoying. You know, what if the VGA splitter in here died or something stupid? Who knows? Okay. Sorry, I'm so mopey and frustrated. It's just, really did not start out the way I anticipated today. Okay, closing that. Restarting it.
Deck Talk is now online.
Okay, good.
Chlorocoon says CHER 100 and not going to do it now, of course not. Now you're live dot. End of line.
Okay. HDMI switch. Nope, that's the wrong IP because I have not updated my bookmarks. Cool.
Belgiumet says it's okay. We'll reopen the Hugs for Shelby Charity Drive. Here I'll get us started with the CHER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, what is it? Input 3 for VGA on this thing? Nope. Enjoy the supporter chat because I screwed up. Whatever. 5. It's not 1. That's, is it 2? No. Is it this? Is that I really screwed stuff up? Oh my gosh, Endora Fox, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy moly. I do appreciate that. I wasn't trying to go for sympathy bits. I do appreciate it. You know, I'm wondering maybe this video output just died. Maybe that's what happened. Screw it. Let's try this a different way. I'm just going to plug it in the retro tank. Why not? Let's see what that's like. No, that's working. Okay. So, yeah. It is outputting. Man, it looks good. Retro tank is like so good at its job. This is why I really want it set up and working here. Okay, what input is this? Oh, that's not even... Oh my gosh. Dude, it's one of them days, I'm telling you. It is most definitely one of those days. Hey, okay. Menu. What is your IP? 211. Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, that's... I forgot. I was using the plasma this morning and enjoyed the plasma for 5 seconds before I turned it off. Click. Okay. That's the downside of connecting that through the Extron, is that it outputs black when I'm not actually running video, and then it just keeps going. All right. HDMI switch, edit bookmark, 20211. Boom.
SMC-70G 1 of these days I'm going to capture into little pieces. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. Does not actually turn off the display. Yeah. Why do you have the plasma TV connected? Because I use it. Why wouldn't I? Really? It's one of them, huh? Okay. Auto image? Let's see. Will it figure it out? Not even remotely close. Actually, that might even be worse. Oh, that's so much. Well, it's not that. Oh my gosh. You can't even see the run button on the right. Oh no. Active pixels. Give me more pixels. Okay. Alex, wow, this is. Dang, IN 1606 kills the DVS 510. Holy moly. Active lines. Why are you going on the wrong side? You're not sure that'll work. The only thing you're missing at the bottom is another white line, so who cares? Yeah.
Ellen Prop subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 45 months, currently on a 17-month streak. End of line.
All right, now we can actually work. Let me plug the, what you call it, SMC-70 back into retro tank. Okay. Alecraft, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 32 a 45 months. I appreciate that. Okay. On your plasma TV, you don't think I could do it with an LCD? Is there pouncing might damage the screen? Okay. So I am just going to do a repetitive run. I'm going to attempt to, you know what? Let's stop. Let's widen the sample point here. I don't want that. I just want a easy button, wider, easy button. Okay. So trigger Source, D2, mode, sure, immediate maybe. Well, I don't know what that does. Edge, 500 millivolts. So I thought I was supposed to like show a little arrow thing pointing at where it is, but I guess not. So let's try this. Marker on. Okay. We're gonna move X back maybe. So I want to measure the voltage that's in that valley. So here we go. So we can see as we go up, so it's a 5-volt high signal, it looks like, and then it drops down to 1.3 volts. So if I want to trigger on this, I should probably trigger about 1.4. So slope negative. Okay, let's run. Oh, that didn't work. Unless it's... There it is. Okay, so here's our trigger point. Delay 0, whatever. Okay. Beautiful, because now I can zoom this in and we can get a much higher resolution copy of that signal. Okay. So the horizontal pulse, this is where I don't fully understand this. Can we set channel, offset D2? I'm going to set offset to 0, rerun this. Well, I thought I was going to set it to 0. 0. Run. What does that look like? That does not look like what I want. You know, let's do volts per division 2. Well, we lost our trigger. Is that it over there? So let me explain what we're looking at here, okay? Because I haven't actually done that yet. So if I take out my phone so I can more easily switch video sources, because it's like all the way over there. Here, so if I go to this, okay? So you can kind of see above the, at the top of the screen, it says Sony SMC-70 CPM version, blah, 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 blah. Ignore the part where it's got like 2 copies of the image there. Just like pretend we're not seeing that, okay? Over here, we can see right here, this is the part where it says SMC-70, okay? Ever want to replace that plasma? No. I don't think you understand. I don't have that plasma because that was all I could get. I have that plasma because that is the best 3D plasma that was ever made. That television is an incredibly intentional choice. Anyway, this is the top of the video signal where it's showing the SMC-70 stuff over there, okay? This is the vertical blank area and the vertical sync pulse right here. So what I am trying to do is see the vertical sync pulse, because the SMC-70's Gen Locker module uses combined vertical and horizontal sync for some weird reason. Maybe it's industry standard, I don't know. And that's not really what I was hoping to see for the pulse there. And I'm trying to understand what that signal should look like and if it is operating correctly, because the RetroTink 4K does not seem to like what it is. And I wonder almost if maybe I should unplug it. Perhaps the voltage could be weird for the RetroTink 4K. I don't know. What am I using the plasma for? I don't know why we're so focused on the plasma all of a sudden. It's almost as if this is incredibly boring and you guys don't care. The plasma is just a representation of the 3D display though. That was the peak of 3D video at home. We like the history of technology here, and that is a pretty significant part of the history of technology. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how the horizontal and vertical sync pulses work on this. I'm gonna increase. You know what? 10 volts per division. Screw it. What does that look like? Why is it so wonky? Good grief. Why do I need a 20? Is it because it's actually 1-to-1 signal because I'm using a wire? Is that what the problem is? Ow. Okay, I'd probably do it. We should set all of these other ones to 1-to-1. Yeah. Boop. Okay. That makes me feel a lot less concerned about what I'm doing to the RetroTink 4K. There we go. Get a 3D camera rig to go with it. I started building one. Is RetroTink terminating the video right? So that is what I think is the million-dollar question. So the video signal is currently unterminated because I disconnected it from the RetroTink, and the impedance on the input to the oscilloscope is, well, 1 mega ohm, as we can see. I mean, oh, I guess we can set it to 50? What's that look like? That really changes some stuff. $50's not quite right for video still, but let's set 0 volt offset. Okay, so let's look at this. That's looking a lot healthier with the 50 ohms impedance. Okay, let's see if we can hunt down a vertical sync, because those are horizontal sync pulses. So I've covered this before on stream and in the How VGA Signal Works video, but your video signal, you have horizontal lines. When the beam of a CRT reaches the end of the line, a separate signal line pulses somehow to tell it, shut off the beam, pull it back, start it back up, and start going again. That's a gross oversimplification, but that's how the signaling works. So these are the horizontal sync pulses that we're seeing in here. But you'll also see vertical sync pulses that work the exact same way, where when the beam gets to the bottom of the tube, another signal will pulse, tell it to shut off the beam, goes back to the top, start going again, and the pulse turns off. So the combined sync pulse for RGBS merges the horizontal and the vertical sync pulses. And I'm trying to understand how that works, because it almost seems like they are going at the same polarity and kind of mixing with each other, which is really throwing me off. So I would just like to see and understand how this is working. So I'm going to measure a horizontal sync pulse here. There we go. We are at 350-ish millivolts. So we'll just double check, 1.5. Okay. So it looked like probably vertical sync pulses are lower than that. So I'm going to set my trigger point to, let's just say 320, see what we get there. Okay, let's reset this. I accidentally made that way huge. Why is our trigger offset so crazy? 0. Run. So our vertical sync should be over here, as we can see all the lines changed. Okay. Oh, that's weird. So the vertical sync pulse ties it low, but then it still pulses up? Oh, that's funky. So I'm gonna just change this to a 2 volts, no, 0.5 volt. Run that one more time to make it a little more amplified here. Here's our vertical sync pulse again. Yeah, so... Oh, that's weird. You know, thing's kind of killing me with how it constantly keeps shifting this around. Delay, 0. Let's go with 20 microseconds. Why does it not just show me the sync? Oh, wait, because I think I screwed up the stuff. Okay. So this 0, enter. So 220 with this setup, trigger, level. Let's go 160, run. Well, that still didn't work. I don't like the interface on this thing if I've never mentioned it. Maybe it's not as bad with proper termination. That's the thing, is what is... it looks like the 50 ohms termination here is better. And I'm wondering if the RetroTank 4K is not providing probably 75 ohms. Oh my gosh, it's BNC video out. Natively, actually BNC video. It definitely needs termination. Does VGA not terminate? Ben, that's not what it looked like before. Let me get another one. Another vertical sync pulse. Oh my gosh, there's one. Hold on. I'm doing this the world's dumbest possible way. 220. What? So I tried to look up combined sync pulse information before this and could not find a lot of good information because the internet is full of people with stupid RGB strips and people who just want SCART to plug into everything to not have to think about this stuff. So I was not having much luck finding this. Okay, so does it just... So this is what I was kind of seeing, is over here, the first time, is that it looks like when the vertical sync pulse is high, let's say, it pulses down halfway for H-sync, and when vertical pulse is low, it pulses up halfway, but perhaps this is just not capturing that quickly enough in order for this to work. Unfortunately, there's... Ooh, that could almost be it. I was going to say there's a bajillion... Nope. Horizontal sync lines compared to the vertical sync line. So if Ben is... Oh, that was it! And I skipped it because I'm an idiot. I didn't think I was going to get it that fast and I was talking. Anyway, if we can get it at a higher resolution... Oh, here we go. Or is that's just a blank line? You know what, let's try this. Mode, rising, run. Nope, because that's just going to catch the other end. Pattern, low, high, low, clear, low, high, low, low, run. This doesn't work. How is there anything other than low, high, low, high? I mean, low, low, high, high, low. I mean, run. What are we looking at here? There's no clock. edge. I don't want to use the symbol utility. That's not a sequential pattern, it's a setting per channel. But, hold on. Pattern. Oh, it is the... Okay, hold on. Low, 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 low. Clear, low, 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 low. Go, run. Run. It's always, again, the same. Wait a minute. High. Run. And what's going on with this? I guess external should be don't care. Didn't even realize this had an external sync. Yeah, so Ben, I can do that on... Just hit all the buttons to see what sticks, yeah. It says trigger on level. Yeah, but the level is being... If the level is the same as for the low pulse and the high pulse, then that it's not going to work. Oh my gosh, we got it. Okay. All right, well, that answers that. So yes, it just inverts it, essentially. Huh. There we go. That's it. That's what we were looking for. So that's totally clean. It is not going halfway. Huh. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. The handheld scope actually has video modes, but the thing that I said would happen with the handheld scope is probably true. I don't know if it's charged. The handheld scope is only 2-channel, though. What are the voltage levels on the sync signal? Some. Keep in mind I have an offset, and I'm set to 400 millivolts per division. We 0... Enter. Oh my gosh, why is it so far away? Meow. Okay, so at the low end, 220. At the high end, 1.3. So that's pretty standard video. There actually is a waveform in the bottom trace if you squint. So you want me to like zoom in? This is analog, yes. This is the analog input. So I'm not, the TTL input is very, very different. And we're not going to use that. Anyway, idea. Okay, so what I am currently doing to do all of this fun, wonderful nonsense is I have T's on the side of the SMC-70. If I plug this back in, oh, we get perfect video sync because this is tying it down. So if I do impedance 1 meg, run, it blows up. 50, boop, perfect. So yes, we have an impedance problem over there. It's the double slit experiment all over again. We're changing the result of the experiment by measuring it. Yeah, I suspected it was the impedance too. I thought that the RetroTink would be 75 ohm terminated. Anyway, here's the alternative idea. Okay, here's what I can do to make this just actually work. So the cable that is plugged into the RetroTink 4K right now is this. So it's a VGA input that goes over to BNC inputs. This is great when you want to connect this to like an Extron or something. It's fantastic. I think we need to use this though. This ultra short VGA to female BNC. So what I could do here is all of the T's that I have there, I can put them on these and then put terminators on each one right next to the RetroTink 4K to terminate the signal as close to it as possible. So maybe there's an option in the settings. That's worth looking at. We can do that. Let me grab the keyboard that I do actually have connected to the laptop for this. I was trying to be all smart-like. Do I have 75 ohm terminators? I have, I think 50. They'll have to do. That's RCA. Okay, so if I have RCA adapters and a bunch of VCRs, then we can... Those are terminators. Those are terminated. Yes, that is every refa I've ever pulled from a device. Where are the terminators at? I may have lost them. I don't know. I might need to buy more terminators. Unless they're just in this. Nope. All right. Well, that's a problem. There they are. Okay, I only bought 4. They must be really expensive. Okay, these are, yes, 50 ohm. So suboptimal, but better than not having, you know, we might be able to, VGA splitter? Because if the problem is terminating the signal out of that, perhaps just running it into something else to buffer it will work. So maybe the VGA splitter that we modified with the ED-ID pins, we could like ensure that it terminates correctly. I don't know. Let's see if there's a setting in the RetroTink 4K for this. So first I'll move this over for you. Okay. Termination settings. I will be disappointed if the RGB to HDMI has that and this does not. So good idea, put the DMM on the VGA going in the RetroTink, see if you can measure any termination resistance. Yeah, we can do that. That would be to ground. So 1. I found another wire recently. Where is it? Not like they're, you know, rare, but... Oh, wait, I don't need that. Okay, hold on. Nice thing, we have the working RetroTink and the example RetroTink. See? Totally sensible to own 2 of them. Mm-hmm, definitely. Okay. So, boop is 0.8 ohms. Okay, let's just set that in the thing, and then this is pin 1 should be red and 79 ohms. Ruh-roh, Raggy. So that is actually terminated. Huh. You know, I wonder, could there be something funky going on with the cable I'm using not being correctly grounded or something? That is one. What about the other? Oh, you're saying check both? I don't know. Hold on, let me look at the sync pin pinout of VGA here. Let's make sure that the sync pin is properly terminated too. I'll just double check that I can do this without the thing. Pin 1, yes, okay. So pin 14 would be... $1K. Ooh, so that's vertical. Horizontal. $2K. Oh, we may have found the problem. Do we need a 75 ohm termination for that? Ooh. All right, we may have found our problem. So let's see if we can adjust the termination load for the sync pulse on the RetroTink 4K. And, okay. Find out why the RT4K. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just errant. There's no way that it's actually Macrovision. Here, let's double check. Status. Macrovision not present. There we go. So I was pretty sure that was an error just because it was showing random garbage up there, just for kicks. There you go. That's way too many pixels, but whatever. Here, I'll just do it as 4 so it looks kind of fancy. All right. I have never looked into any kind of setting like termination for this. I don't know that it's going to have it. I don't remember seeing any kind of options for this. Interesting. That's 75 ohm. Oh my gosh, what if I need... No way. Is this going to be the one time I wish I had a SCART adapter? Wait, will it? It will actually 75 ohm terminate the sync source on SCART, won't it? Because that's different. Oh, no. Well, since I live in the land that is free of the tyranny of the giant stupid SCART connector, I've never even seen one in person. So no, I do not own a SCART connector that we could use for this. No, it won't matter if I select it because it's not connected to the SCART channel. So there's a dedicated SCART input on the side of the machine on the RetroTink 4K. Europeans are cackling. Well, you guys enjoy your 50 hertz. Huh? No, the VGA has a much higher termination. That's the problem. Or a weaker termination would be a better way of phrasing it. So what I could do is I could just terminate the one signal for that. 60 hertz PAL. It doesn't necessarily mean they use SCART though. More difficult to get than USB-A to get plugged in correctly the first time. I don't know. You own random pieces of metal that fit into the SCART hole? Oh gosh, not on a RetroTink 4K. I'm not doing that. Sorry. I would make my own cable. I will not just jam random wires into there. I will draw a line at that point. In the meantime, you can order the appropriate cable. Oh gosh, what? Dude, there's gonna be such a hipster tax on a SCART BNC cable in the US. SCART BNC. You know, can I just get a solid adapter? SCART BNC adapter. How is there not one? I would actually be quite interested in that. Maybe an eBay thing? Someone making them in their garage? Because the SCART connector is so huge. There's got to be like board mount through hole ones for the male connector even. Dude, why are they all cabled? I don't want a cable. Darn. Well, Helicraft, you're in the land of SCART. I need male SCART. At least I need whatever plugs into the television. So, for those who don't know, this is a SCART port. So yeah, we can definitely see that's female SCART. Those are basically IDC pins in there that are splayed, so a blade goes in between them. So yeah. This is female SCART, right? That's female SCART. You can just buy SCART electric. I'm a cat. Maybe in Europe, there is literally no reason for anyone to have SCART connectors locally. At all. None. I don't care if you've seen one YouTube video that said, well, actually, there was a region that had NTSC 60 hertz SCART on their televisions in a test market. No. Doesn't exist. Not real. All right, SCART works well with home computers. I mean, again, Europe, and I don't care. I'm not buying. This is the one time I have ever had any desire to use SCART is when something is RGB sync combined, the one video format that has a more stringent requirement for the sync termination. And I would like to point out, this isn't even a SCART device. This is an NTSC 60 hertz US device. It's just meant for broadcast equipment. If I had my Extron Crosspoint RGB here in the office, I bet I could run it through that. There are dip switches on the back of that for termination for the different input ports. So I could terminate it on that and then have it do the weaker termination out on that. And I know that works because I use one as a front end for my RetroTank 4K. FlareSpire, I am probably not going to buy something from the UK and have it shipped overseas when I could just probably buy a male SCART connector online locally and then have it shipped and solder that. Long story short, that was an excellent actually voice, thank you. Long story short, it's not something that's happening today. But we can terminate it with a 50 ohm terminator and then make that work. So I think we can continue. Could get a SCART cable that has all the pins popular. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of options. None of them are happening this weekend. Yeah. So, all right. We can continue. That's what it comes down to. There is another option. I could make a passive 75 ohm terminated VGA adapter. And again, I could just use the VGA splitter as well. Well, yeah, Chef Radar, I'm sure I'll be able to find the SCART connectors. There's no reason to buy it on stream because it doesn't matter. It's not going to be something that's going to get here in time for this weekend. It just isn't. If it is something that can get here, it won't matter if I order it now or 5 hours from now. Okay. Just saw a resistor across terminals on the BNC connector. On the board. Not super crazy about that. This food gets back to you in time. Oh gosh, Nesiac. No. All right. I think we could mess around with trying to dial in the capture here at the minimum. So I wonder. Yeah, so it's correct impedance on all the other inputs. Huh. Just appropriate card connectors. Yeah. So termination is done when it's not switchable, resistor to ground on the input. Well, yeah, it would be on the RetroTink 4K. If that's what you were saying, that makes more sense. I'm super not doing that to the thing that costs nearly $1,000. So, no. I could make a passive adapter that has it, though. So it would just need to more strongly terminate the horizontal and vertical sync pulses. That's not that big of an ask. I could make that, but it would take like an hour and a half, and we're not doing that. Especially since I can just BNC my way through this. Yeah. All right. On that, let's start. Let's do this. Let's get this cleared off. We can set this up more correctly. We figured out what the problem is. It was purely termination. Yeah. All right. It was fun to get the 1600C out again. I like this thing. And yep. Okay. Let's shut that off because we don't need that. And I'm going to go ahead and just close this down because I'm going to want the second RetroTink 4K connected to it anyway in a moment. So let me just, yeah. Let's get this out of here. Bye-bye 1600C, yeah. Good to know there's nothing broken. Yeah, I was concerned that it could have been something broken, or maybe I did actually need to ground those two things that I just kind of did a that'll be good enough solution on. It was also interesting. This is the only time I have ever been able to use the RGB sync BNC cable that I have here. It is for conductor, not HV. It's just RGB sync. So well, actually, we're probably going to use that in a second to connect to that other adapter thing. And then we'll put the one sync terminator on there. But yeah, I've never had a reason to use that cable before because it's so weird. So I'll probably just make that live with the Sony now that I think about it. All right. R stands for really freaky. Never pays as it should. Yeah, we need this gone because we're going to need the space for the, what you call it? The leader test pattern generator. That's it. All right. Here we go. It's only very heavy. You know what? I'm not going to walk all the way to where it was. I'm just going to put it on the table over here. Good luck, table. It's the wobbly table, so it likes it when I put heavy things on it. Whew. Okay.
Raccoon says CHEER 100 next Shelby orders a new spine after his weightlifting. End of life.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. That needs a cart. The problem is that the bee lives on there. I still haven't decided if I want to keep the bee on there. Well, that's the thing. I want to keep the bee on there because the bee has the HPHIL interface or peripherals with it, which are much larger, much less convenient. So it makes more sense to leave that one on that cart. But then I want to actually use the 16. So, but then the other thing is that the 16 has the same problems as that, but they're made even worse because the the BNC stuff is on the back, and it's just, there's no good options, man. No good options. Okay, move this. Okay, I'm just gonna take all of the T's off over here. I'm gonna try and not break them. Because as we've determined, my BNC adapters are of the highest quality. I think what we have learned is I just need a second HP test mobile. That's all there is to it. Okay. There's those. I'll grab the terminators in a second. Let's get this cable out of here. Although we'll probably use this on the other retro tank in a moment to capture the pass-through video. Speaking of which, boop. One pattern generator. Let's get 75 ohm BNC cable for that. Perhaps one that even still has all of the shroud parts, because we could go shroudless or we could go shrouded. Options. All right. I feel like there's video. Video in. Come on. There we go. Let me connect power. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Flip the feet down, because, oh my gosh, sorry. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Everything's better with the feet flipped down. Okay, I'm going to plug these in. Flip this over. Red. Boop. Green. Boop. Blue. Boop. And sync. There we go. I have an idea. We may not need the SCART adapter at all for this. Wait a minute. There's a weird feature that I read about that I don't fully understand the mechanics of how it works, but this might technically be able to do it. Okay. Oh gosh, all the cables are all wonky. Note to self, I need to restart all of the remote interface adapter things. Okay. Video out. Connect the thing. One RetroTank 4K connected to one Magewell capture cards. I'm going to leave far away from the exhaust vents of the laptop. Okay, and then I'm not using the keyboard on the laptop because I don't use the keyboard on the laptop. It's this annoying catch-22. The keyboard is actually bad on the laptop, only because I don't use it. It like double presses sometimes. It's super annoying. I should use it more, but then I don't use it more just because using the laptop keyboard, gross. It's this whole spiral. Okay, we're going back to the original cable. And I think I can make it work. No changes. Maybe. We'll see. There's a good chance it won't work. I don't know. And I might have to switch to the other sync cable because I don't remember which is which. Okay. First, let me kill both RetroTink 4K terminal things. RT 4K, boop, okay. Let me launch OBS. Okay. This, okay. Mode. All right, so if I go, let me just move the menu over for you all. Here we are. If I go to turn the computer on, input selection, all right. If I do this, is it the wonky one? Or do I need the other cable? Hold on, let me try the other sync cable. Okay, there we go. So there's that. But if I do this and this, oh my gosh, it's so close. Hold on, the switch is bad. One moment. Okay, try it now. Okay. Why don't we have color? So this was a weird feature that I read about. Basically, you send it a composite video signal on one of the pins, and then it uses that for the sync for the RGB signal. So I set there's the switch on the side that is sync or black and white. So it's technically outputting the black and white composite video, and then I am capturing that as my sync pulse. I think this is mainly intended for modded video game consoles where they'll like grab the RGB output from one of the like digital chips before it goes into the Gen DAC. And then they don't have a proper sync signal because the Gen DAC will take like the whole frame, and then once it finishes writing the frame, it will generate the sync pulses. So this lets them abuse that. I think that's just wild speculation. Yeah, like modern NESs. I think that's what this is for, but this machine just so happens to actually do that. The only problem is I don't know why I don't have color. I think it only uses composite video on the H-Sync. It looks like we can do it on green as well, but it doesn't like that as much. Oh. I mean, so if I send sync, then it doesn't terminate, but if I send composite video and I wiggle the thing, well, that switch sucks. Hold on. Oh, and then I turned it off as soon as it actually worked. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're good. Boom. Okay. Don't worry about the pixels not aligning there. And yeah. Oh, I think that's it. Interesting. Start RGB uses composite sync as standard. Interesting. Okay. Well, by composite sync then? Hold on. Is that just straight up a composite video source or the combined horizontal and vertical sync? Because this is literally composite video, straight up black and white composite video being fed into the sync port. Okay, let's mess around with this a little bit. I think we're seeing an artifact from the composite video. I don't know how well that's going to come across on stream. So if I disable that all, I need to bring this back. Now the errors that I'm seeing are expected. I am not surprised to see those at all. It's actually detecting a mode here, 480i. Ugh. I don't know what the CP is. Is that like copy protection 480i? I don't know what that is. Way too many pixels per line. Full composite videos used for the GRB. Interesting, okay. 480i sounds right. It does sound right, yes. We can mess around with that in a little bit here. Whoa, don't worry. We got just too many pixels on screen. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know if that's an artifact of the... It's so weird. Of the composite video or not. Oh, that's so wonky. The crawl, yeah, in the background. So here, I will cheat it. I think I can. You can see the background pattern? Okay, for those of you who can't, I'm gonna make it a little more obvious. Filters. Color correction. Contrast. Going to attempt to, at least. Yeah, there we go. Kinda. Yeah, so the wavy pattern in the green. Use one of the best tricks and just stack layers of color. There we go. So that, I don't know if that is being caused by the combined sync as opposed to the, what you call it, just using a proper terminator. Because that could be video interference because we're having other video be sent during that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and put the 50 ohm terminator on there and set it to sync mode and we'll see what happens. Well, actually, I think I got all the information I need because I could still see it there. So hopefully this resyncs correctly. Yeah, kinda. There we go-ish, although it's jittering now. I don't like that. Hold on, I'm gonna... That'd be improper termination. I don't want to hear that. Well, it's all cranky now. Oh. Okay, it might be settling. Gain on green is higher than RNG. Well, I mean, I just messed with all the gain stuff. Yeah, like you can see in this video feed where I am. Wonder if the sun has suddenly crashed into the studio. This is just... So I took the sunglasses off of the camera that are normally on there. So now, now you can see what it's like when I'm in here now. I was just trying to contrast enhance the background error. Doesn't that just mean the phase is off? No, there would be no phase issue on a solid color like that. The phase is definitely off though. We're gonna mess around with that more as we do this. By the way, fun fact, ideal decimation is actually 3, and then we pick the middle one. So if I want to really help myself here, I should actually type out a bunch of M's and use that. The floppy had to get involved. It's like, I don't know what all them M things are. Get this out of my face. Okay, so you can see how we have the patterns moving across. I need all of the patterns to go away. Ooh, that's pretty close right there. Okay, maybe here. What's the total number of pixels on this thing? So it's somewhere around here. I can auto phase this, probably. Boom. Look at that. Okay, but now we can see the 1 on the in 1982 doesn't look quite right. So if I reduce the decimation, it doesn't like that. Yeah, it begs a question. Is that correct? Wait, before we get any farther, there's one more thing I gotta check. Advanced settings, scaling, cropping. Okay, so it's set to 2x. All right. Let me make sure my output resolution isn't anything stupid. It should just be 1080p. Should my output, we are 1080p 60, okay. We are 2x at that, we should be good. Definitely some moray still. Yes, there is. But I also just messed with it. So the thing is, when I shift it this way, we can see the 1 kind of comes back. There's a pixel in the 1 that we're losing, locking onto everything else. So this is too far. Let's try a 2x decimation. Yeah, so yeah, it looks better. I think the problem is, it is extremely high horizontal resolution. I think that's the issue. And I don't know what the resolution is. All right, let's watch the M's, see if we can figure this out. All right, getting close. We want to see, yes, that, a full screen. Okay, so right there. Adjust the phase. Okay, how does that look? That actually looks pretty darn good right there. I think that's it. Oh, there's definitely math stuff you could do. It's just usually not worth it. That would be awesome, Ben. I don't want to sound super pessimistic, but I have encountered so many people with things like, oh, I'll image that floppy or I'll scan that eventually, and then it just doesn't happen. So I don't tend to get my hopes up on that stuff. I will always offer to take it and scan it for them, but no one really wants to do that. All right, I think I want to try the other phase. Oh, that's going to be sharper. Yeah, somewhere right there. So we can see that the background pattern is still happening somewhat inconsistently, even though we have the phase locked. Not as much, but I can see it still. So it's not really a phase thing, because again, there are no individual pixels there. What that usually is, that's actually a sign of bad capacitors, because we're getting a voltage ripple in the video signal that should not be there. It can also be termination, like Philip said. So it's possible the 75 ohm on the RT4K isn't quite what it's looking for, but I think we're close enough. That happens because of other things in life, probably. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that it happens. I'm not going to fault people. I'm just not going to get my hopes up. So, got a decent output stage for the video, though. That makes sense for broadcast. Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Okay, we now need to save this. The other thing I could do... Oh, it sucks. It's such a weird resolution. Oh, my gosh. 863 pixels? That can't be right. I think we just need to crop. So let's do that. Bottom. There. Left. And then right. This will be where this number starts to become more sensible. Boom. What are we at? 851. Weirdly, I don't think this would be the only video device that I've seen that does 851 horizontal pixels. Is that how many the Super Nintendo technically does in high-res mode? So the way that the Super Nintendo works, okay, this is truly horrible. Pico PSU switching frequency? Maybe. Maybe. The Super Nintendo, okay, it's the worst video device of all time. And one of the reasons why I will never say video capture is easy. Super Nintendo, okay? Think of your lines, okay? They contain pixels, all right? But they don't. It's just analog video. You know, it's not like real. There's nothing there that says this is where a pixel is, okay? And the way that the Super Nintendo handles the horizontal pixels for the 512 pixel horizontal mode is every other field of the interlaced video. It shifts the lines over by half a pixel. That half a pixel shift on a CRT is perceived as double the resolution. So effectively, you give up half of the frame rate, but you gain double the horizontal resolution. If you're playing something like an RPG with static backgrounds, makes it a lot nicer because there isn't any fluid motion happening anyway. So there is that. And it comes out to something weird, like the 851 pixels like that. I don't think that's what this is doing, but I have seen something like that. Dot matrix pinners use the same trick, yes, but half-stepping on a stepper motor is a lot more sensible than half-stepping pixels. Ugh. There Bell's picture element, yeah. Oh man, you're just grumpy because your SNES is pink? You mean one of my 5 SNESs is pink? Psst. Solved that. I just went to the shelf and grabbed another one. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and... this is a real shame about this whole weirdo resolution because it's technically widescreen. So I could do freeform with a horizontal factor of like 1. Hello, Ellen. This might be too wide or too narrow. Let's find out. We're caught fire from this fourth one though. The fourth one, relevant to the conversation, was actually an SNES Junior, which has the best video output quality. That's the one that we S-Video modded on stream. At least I think I did that on stream. Oh yeah, this is gonna be way too narrow. No, that's not happening. So we could do this, which, ew, gross. So no, we're not doing that. We could do square pixel autofill integer, which is what we're going to do. I think that's good. I can see there's a top line I need to cut off still. Wait, it didn't move, did it? Hold on. Top? No, it didn't move. That's weird. Yeah. You guys want to, for giggles, see swapping the interlaced lines? The thing that you can't do on most LCDs that you need for the 8514. We can mess with the versions of deinterlacing. I think we don't need deinterlacing, but I don't know. Okay. I think that's it. All right, let's save a profile. This is where I'm always sad that I'm technically emulating a remote. So it seems like, oh man, it's really awesome. He's using a keyboard to navigate this thing. It's so good. But you have to remember, what I'm actually doing is I just have my program embedded in OBS that is the remote, and I'm effectively just clicking the buttons on the remote. I just have keyboard shortcuts mapped for all of the buttons for everything. So it seems way nicer than it should be. So we're gonna go ahead and save a new profile, and then because no one would want to type in a name with a TV remote, we can't actually name it here. I am moderately tempted to take it out and name it right now, though. That way, it's actually saved and preserved. Let you set name for custom profiles. RGB does not via the menus. Just gives you 10 slots. You can move files around hand later. You stand corrected? Well, it's okay. I'll make you still feel bad. Check this out. So in the RT4K, we have the ability to map buttons to profiles. So if I wanted to load the Super Nintendo profile here, or maybe the PS2 Model 70 profile, I can just press one button there, and then that loads that profile. But that limits you to the buttons that are on the unit. Except we also have this down here, which allows me to input an SVS switcher code, and then I can switch to that. So if I input 100 here, which I know is mapped to 1, I can click that, and then boom, it just loaded my SNES profile directly. So if we go to the load from file option here, there is an SVS folder, and in this, I can put a prefix number for whatever I want the number to be for that, and then I can send a direct command over serial. This is the only thing that is an actual serial command that is exclusive to serial. I want to point this out. This is the one serial exclusive command for switching profiles like this. Elsewise, you have to navigate through the menu and do all this stuff. So we're just going to go back to profile 16 for the Sony. Boom. Also going to reset this, make sure that it's correct. Okay. All right. Like I mentioned, I actually would like to save this profile. So real quick, I'm gonna power off eRetroTank. I'm gonna pull out the memory card, and then pop that in there. There's a GBA profile. There's lots of profiles. There's people who modify their GBAs to have video output. So you would run that through this if you wanted. Profile 16. Let's go over to your profile. I just copied everything off of the SD card to make this easier. Let's do computer, Sony, SMC-70. Copy, paste, and we'll name this SMC-70-RGBS. RGB-BW. That way I remember that I actually have to set it to black and white. It's nuts, and I don't know if it'd be better to use Game Boy Player. I think there are HDMI mods for the GBAs that will grab the flat panel cable connection at the digital level, and then they can output the video in a 1-to-1 pixel frame, and then you can run that into this. So that would work. The main thing I was getting tripped up is I was trying to remember if this supports LUTs or not. Because if it supports LUTs, you're more likely to get the LUTs to work through the direct panel capture as opposed to the Game Boy Player, which is going to go over, at best, that extremely expensive GameCube digital cable thing, but you're still going to get some weird video distortion, which won't be as applicable to the LUT. So the benefit to the Game Boy ones going directly over HDMI is that you can preserve the edges of the video. That's going to make the LUT work better. And what I'm talking about for LUTs, for those of you who don't know, that stands for lookup table, but in video terms, it usually means you have a filter where if pixel A equals one thing, you replace that value with pixel B in a table. I can show you what a LUT looks like because I use them on my camera all the time. Like literally constantly as we're here. So here's LUT on, here's LUT off. Because my cameras have extremely high dynamic range, it makes everything look gray unless I stretch the color of the image. So you can do the same thing to the Game Boy Advance. And the reason you do that is because of that stupid first gen Game Boy Advance. It does not have a backlit screen. Some developers would use a different, let's say, gamma profile for the way they would design the graphics. And if you play that on a backlit model, it looks too bright because they were trying to compensate for how terrible the original screen was by making the image brighter than it should have been. But they do it at the digital signal level, not at like the video display level. So you have to change what the pixels are showing. And each game essentially needs a different LUT if you're going to try and do that. It's very annoying. You know, the DS Lite looked pretty fluorescent. Well, the actual hardware didn't have any LUTs to try and correct it because Nintendo wasn't going to ever like acknowledge that that was a problem. I shouldn't have ejected this yet. I need to put this file back on here. There we go. Eject. Then we can actually, and then here's the benefit of having two RT4Ks now, because I'll be able to take this exact same file and put it on the other one, and now they will have matched profiles, and I won't have to think about this. Okay, I need to relaunch the software, reopen OBS, boom. Now I can go to the menu, profiles, load from file, go to tech tangents, computer, SMC-70. Is there a limit to how many folder depths, or can you not have... What did I mess up? I don't think there's a limit to the file name. No, I'm definitely under those. There's a space in the N64 name. What did I screw up? Hold on. Did we rewrite the software with DD floppy? No, because I thought I was going to have this done before we got to that, and then I didn't. So, yeah. Yeah, the original DS screens are horrible. DSi XL all the way. Yeah. Why won't it take that? Oh, that's weird. Let me double check it's on there. Profile. Back tangents and 64. You know what? Maybe that's just too many layers of depth. Let me just bring it up one level. See if that solves it. I haven't tried to nest too many folders in it, so I don't know if maybe that's an issue. It's kind of crazy it does folder stuff at all. I mean, like, I'm not gonna fault RT4K if it can't do like 3 layers of folders. Like, it does folders. That's already really nice. Just get a Lynx instead. Lynx 1 had backlight toggleable. Lynx 2, I think the backlight was basically always on. Lynx 1, I do prefer the actual Lynx 1 over the Lynx 2. But I'm a weirdo. I'm also a weirdo that has both. Profiles, load from file. I still have to fight the instinct, like, oh, let me just press T to get to tech tangents. Nope, that's not how it works. Boom, there we go. All right. All right. Extension. I think it just didn't like it being in an additional subfolder for some reason. It's weird. I'm weirdo film at 11, yeah. All right. So, we're ready to close OBS, connect the other RT4K, and start the real fun thing, dual capture. So, close this. What about second retro tank? If I were a hobbit. Okay. So one of these plugs in over actual or A-ish, and then this one's C-ish. Also, by the way, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with my laptop, able to dish out enough USB power for all of this. Holy moly. I am asking a lot of this computer right now. It may not seem like it. You're a comment, the camera has 3 feet. Okay. All right. I should be able to do not that. This. Boom. Okay. Now I can open this up. And then no, I did not delete the other scene. Okay. So you have scene left, which is the other retro tank. So this one is menu. Okay, I have these backwards now, but I'll just do that. Okay. So scene here. Okay. This is where this is gonna get real weird real fast. So we have one RetroTink 4K that is the left screen, and then we have one that is the right screen. So I currently do not have a video source connected to the left one. So let me do that real quick like. So for those of you who were not here before, this is a Genlocker video superimposer model of RetroTink 4K. Of Sony SMC-70, it is the G version, which means it puts video over video. So I need a second RetroTink 4K for the superimposed video output, which is a module right here on the back of the unit. And I think I plug in the green channel here. And then what I can do, yes, I'm seeing some stuff going funky there. We go to input YC on green. Oh, it's CVBS on green. Okay. So we kind of have composite video there on green. I think this is what we were seeing before on the Sony monitor. Like exactly. That's weird. I wonder if it is going bad. Intriguing. So the sync pulses are not correct. And then the video is phasing in and out. And we got this weird blue. Here, I'm going to just show you. So that's the overlay video. It's weird. This is like that given composite syncing works in RGB. Yeah. SMC-G or 70G takes 2 inputs and gives 1 output. 2 inputs, 1 input, 2 outputs. Because this is the computer output. So it will always show this. This is the broadcast video output. So if I turn the machine off, that is the NTSC pattern generator that I have running next to it. So I have a video source generator here running. I can change the video signal that I'm feeding into it. I'll go ahead and leave the convergent pattern up instead because the other thing, or checkerboard, I don't know, something, because ooh, that's fancy. Actually, I kind of want to mess with that at some point. Whoa, that one's crazy. Holy moly. Video captured nightmare test. Anyway, it overlays on top of this. Getting that to work is kind of weird. Dude, we're keeping with this one because I want to see how much I can torture it. So anyway, you can see that sync works fine because it's just passively passing it through because the computer's off. If I turn the computer on, then it loses its mind. Except there, and then back to bad. So it seems like, you know, made someone's response to, oh, I know that they're tests. Yeah, it's labeled on there, by the way. I think it doesn't like the 480i output. Watch this. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to set it to ROM boot mode, which fails. And then I think it will overlay the text, ROM pack not installed. Oh, I thought it was going to be correct. Because I think this outputs at like different resolutions. For giggles, what does this look like? That is not synced correctly. So yes, it does have multiple resolutions that it outputs. Delightful. However, the real crime will be if it shows as the same video mode. Oh, it does. Ugh. That sucks. I say that sucks because it means that you have to like go in and manually switch. Do we try the oscilloscope? I wish I'd thought of this before I got rid of it or moved it away. I would be interested to know if the sync pulse is actually drifting. Nice and watching the line shift. Here, let me boot the machine correctly. You know, actually, hold on. There are buttons on the front. So that syncs, and then this doesn't. Wait a minute. I have an idea. So on the front of the unit, there are 3 buttons that I've never pushed ever. One, they are specifically for the Genlock source. So we have internal, external, and auto. So let's try changing that and see what happens, because maybe that's it. So we're on auto. I have no idea which it's using. So I'll pick internal. That changed nothing. And then external. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Internal. External. Okay. So there's a chance that this pattern generator outputs some kind of Genlock-y kind of thing. I think I looked last time, but I didn't see anything I was really enthused by. Genlock input loop through. There's V drive, H drive, C sync. Maybe C sync? Would that be the same? There's sync out, SC sync out, video in. I don't see a sync in, actually. What happens if the pattern generator isn't connected? I think we didn't get any video. I think it's not terminated correctly now. External sync, internal sync. For giggles, let me terminate it. Let's see what we get. I'm just going to use the 50 ohms. Still not happy. So there's technically a second video output. I don't know if there's any difference. Doesn't seem like it. So we have separate luminance and chrominance for giggles. Here's why. Yeah, same thing. C. Okay, that, it doesn't, I think it needs the sync pulses. So if I connect it to combined sync, interesting, same thing. Okay. What are the BNC on the right side labeled? Oh, hey, there's BNCs over there too. One moment. Loop through, phase, key, reference in. Hold on. That might be, sync. Hey! Okay. Oh, what do you know? It's nice when there's those things over there. There's also reference out. So I think that's actually, that should just be video pass-through, or... Huh, interesting. So we have the superimposer and we have the actual computer output. Okay, let's try something. Let's try... How do we want to handle this? So technically, all right, I'm actually running this through the enhanced reader, I believe. So if we go to RGB, oh no, I can't. What do you think about this? So if I input CVBS, if I do this, we can increase the resolution of the capture. What's going on with the right edge? You ask a lot of questions. I don't want to think about it right now. No time to celebrate. It's green. Reference in seems like VTR word. Could be, yeah. Anyway, so here's the thing. I was talking about this the other day. If we do this, you see how blurry the text is as opposed to this? So on the VGA port, the RetroTink 4K can internally route the video either to the high resolution ADC or the low resolution ADC. The high resolution ADC has a capability to interpret S-video as separate channels and decode that on the FPGA side. That is one of the features of the Pro model. It cannot do composite, which is a real shame because that's about as good as it's going to get. Doesn't matter how fancy your scaler is, because the actual chip that ADCs the input and can sync to the composite video, this is it. Man, I would love an enhanced. Enhanced. Oh, actually, that's this. So this is I was wrong. This is low res decoder. This is high res decoder. That's right. So in theory, it was 851 pixels. We can actually do ADC stuff here. Oh man, that dot crawl, because that M is actually yellow. Holy moly. That's brutal. So the sample rate will be different for this compared to the other one, but we can get closer on that, but we can't get color. So we just have to accept that. The CPM, does that mean we can play Zork over a TV broadcast? So I haven't mentioned this yet. Maybe. I actually don't remember if Zork has a CPM release. Probably does. But there is no software available for the SMC-70. Except that is CPM. And in theory, I should be able to use CPM tools to modify other CPM disks to work on this like we did with the Jonos. So it might be possible for me to convert software for it, but it will just treat it as a CPM machine. So we won't get to use any of the fancy features. We do need to try and write the video titler disk though, because that would be sweet. I'm gonna fail that line. Will dir B one time here just to see if it wants to cooperate today. It says, no thanks. So I think we should try making the disc now, because I think this is as good as it's going to get here, unfortunately. Just, there are no knobs we can twiddle for the way that this works with the SDP decoder. So this is what we got. Yeah. I mean, that actually is better right there. Increase the sharpness. Yay, it's so much better looking. Wow. Yeah, the 3D comb filter is magic on this. All right. There are no knobs we can twiddle. Says nothing. Okay. Let me just save this really quick. Profiles. Save as new. Confusingly, this will be profile 16 because I didn't put the RGB profile on here. Okay, so now I'm going to do this. Scene. Look at the difference, man. Wow. Okay. So I am just going to real quick, like, set this up so that we can see both of these video sources at once in roughly 4:3. I do have no clue what's going on with that dark edge, but we're just going to pretend that that's not a thing. So there we go. There is Sony SMC dual monitor capture. We'll go ahead and just stick with this for the moment, and we'll go make a floppy for this now, for disk drive B, I think. I did find this. So I have a handful of Sony discs. I think these are the Atari ST. Oh no, these are my Jonos discs. I don't want to mess with those. All right, back to the TurboTax discs, I guess, that we were using for the Mac. What we want to use here is that DVD bouncing logo script. I could, but also it'd be nice to be able to read this stuff. Crop the edge. I don't know that I want to, because maybe there's actual video there. Okay. Let's do workstation. Boop. All right. Video capture is putting in some hard work today. Why did that do? Don't thing do. Just do thing said do. Workstation. Go. Oh no, what happened? There we go. All right. Double density floppy. Demagnetizer is somewhere. One moment. There it is. And we'll say I still have a reason for real floppies. Yeah, do you think that like the US military or something would want, you know what, let's not run the demagnetizer on the video capture power strip. That seems like a bad idea. Anyway, the government is going to trust Chinese floppy emulators for like nuclear submarine launch codes or whatever. Okay. So, grease weasel. Let me just get it all plugged in. I had it all torn apart for video, because dumb. All right. I think I determined basically this is probably a good floppy drive. I don't know. Okay, it didn't blow up, so that's a good sign. All right. Ah. Hold on. Sorry, that stupid piece of wood on the floor. Okay. Sony SMC-70. All right. So we need the archive.org page. I have looked through every link I could find on the internet. There is squat, man, for the SMC-70. I think that this is the, oh, that's not even it. I think, Cathode Ray Dude, sorry, my brain, his upload to the, why am I not finding it? Is the one source of software that we're ever going to have. I mean, in theory, like, that's not even correct. I don't know what on earth. It's got to be a game or something specific to it. I'm not seeing his picture. Where is it? Archive.org. There it is. Wait, kind of. That's the picture, but not the archive.org listing. Maybe he links to it from there? As far as someone does. There we go. Jeez. Caleb, you could totally do that. Yeah, that would work great. All right. Actions, no. Extract, auto detect. SMC-70 disks. Okay, so they're IMDs. If I remember correctly, IMDs store the disk format, so we don't need to try and recreate this. Data disk for titler, we need this, so we're gonna write SMC-70D2. GW, clean, just make sure. Okay. Hold on. Info. We still have 2 connected, don't we? No. Drive A. Why you no work? Hold on, GitHub. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate GitHub? Okay, this was listed as a working drive. Why is this not working? GW reset? It's not trying to access the drive at all. Unplug. Info. Oh my gosh, why? You ever have too many grease weasels? I want this. Okay, and then it was S70D2, right? All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't remember Glitchworks having software though. Yeah, boot disk, collection of utilities. So there might be some stuff there. Oh, that could be interesting. So 2 disks. Okay. I wonder if this is the same. It's probably not the same. No, it's lacking VT. So this is probably the non-titler version. Yeah, unfortunately I have the NTSC superimposer, not the RGB superimposer, because that would be incredible. Don't read that bit, how to serial terminal. Excuse me, hello. Or was that in the thing here? Where are you seeing how to serial terminal? How to serial. Well, I don't have a serial interface. Arguably, nope. Custom color extensions, that's cool. Oh, can I use it without a monitor? Connect a serial terminal to the RS-232 port. Oh, I mean, if you're a fancy rich person who's got the serial module, I guess. All right, let's go see if this disc works. I do like that we have left the computer running for a bit here and it hasn't blown up yet. Okay, so one computer, eject eBay floppy, put in probably, hopefully good, maybe fingers crossed floppy, switch over to capture, reset computer, because when it can't read a floppy, it get big sad. Okay. Oh, stop your crying, you big baby. Wait. B. Oh, it's such a drama queen with the video sync. Okay, I'm liking that. I would like one of the 2 video sources to get its act together, please. Excuse me. Why is it acting like it's not grounded all of a sudden? Oh my gosh, you know what, screw it. Where'd that Terminator go? I can't take it anymore. Let's just get it over with. Enjoy the ill-advised 50 ohm terminated experience. Wait, what? It's good now? No, it isn't. You're lying. I don't think it likes me. The switch that selects the sync type is definitely bad. I think I should open it and clean it, and that would take literally all of 5 seconds. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it. Hold on. I forgot how easy this would be. Okay. So the switch is right here on the other side. So I'm going to turn the computer off. Now we have to disassemble it to get to that switch. Okay, there's the switch. Although, I really can't get to the blades all that well. Man, I can see it kind of jerking around in there. I think the switch has had its day. Where'd my light go? I just want to see if I could get it around the, not skewer time. No. This is the other part of the module system. Yeah, it wouldn't really easily go around there. This might not be an easy one to deox it. I was kind of hoping to do that. Yeah, I'll just cycle it a bunch of times. All right, hopefully that works. For giggles, before we totally button it back up, let's just find out what kind of screw it's going to take to have it not be that. So these are the screws that are missing. They should be these black ones. Let's see if they're M3 real quick. Ooh, doesn't seem like they are. Oh, it's not actually in the correct spot. Here we go. No, I don't think they are. Nope, they are. They're just a pain to thread. Okay. So in the future, I can put some bolts in there from this kit to make it not just flop apart. All right, back to this. Computer on. Beep. Well, that looks better. That doesn't. I'm just going to sit and wait a moment. We'll see what happens. Okay. VT. We have never successfully launched this. It always fails at some point. Oh my gosh! That's as farthest we've ever gotten. Okay. Text name file list. Bill? Sucks to be Bill, but... Ooh, okay. Okay. What are we gonna have here? Display, page number, super. Please select superimpose mode. Video. Oh my gosh. Okay. F3 mix. Look at it! Oh my gosh! We are imposing! So SMC-70 mix super. Oh, interesting. Okay, and then straight video. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Okay. One display edit. Oh man. Dude. Oh, it's so good. What? This might be one of the coolest things I own. I was not expecting the overlay text to be good. Okay, F3 color. That was font. That wasn't color. Well, while we're here, type, enter font number 1, go. Okay, type, let's just change it again. 2. Wait a minute, is it expecting me? Hi? Type? No? Quit, hold on. Color, F2. Hold on, I want to remove the background. Background, 3. What does that do? F3. We just cycle background colors? I want none. Dude, this thing is incredible. Oh my gosh. Quit. And there it is. That is superimposed title text over video.
NEOTRAGON 90S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 51 months. And said now you have everything you need to make Jeopardy question screens. End of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 4851 months. I appreciate that. Dude, this thing is so cool. Yeah, Industrious Ant. This is
a camcorder to do overlay over Shelby. End of line.
It's Chloe. This came out a year before the Amiga. Oh my gosh. I don't know what Edge is. Yeah, let's find out. Oh, dude. Desiac, that is true. Blue text with red edges. Oh gosh. Shadow? Shadow normal 1. I don't know what this is. 1, 2. Edge style. Minus or 1? Minus? 1? I don't know what I'm doing. Normal. Shadow. I think I'm selecting what I would type next. Is what that is. So let's modify. Dude. Okay. Dude, it is proportional. I hadn't even realized that. Wait, is it? I think it is. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Okay, font. Can I change the font underneath the active cursor? I just want to see if I can like cycle through different types. Enter number 1. It does not seem to like to change the font on the fly. Yeah, I think the G, though, was 1983, which I believe is a year before the Amiga. Dude, it's so good. What's 4? Oh, it doesn't activate swearing mode. Okay, so this is going to be font 1. Let's modify. Test. Okay, so that's still font 1. Okay, now let's do font. Let's pick font 2. Suspect is rendering directly into the bitmap? Potentially, yes. Type 2, enter. I think we have changed the font. Oh my gosh, I love this thing. Modify. That's the same. Does backspace work? Backspace does work. Okay. Now let's modify the font again. We'll try font 3 in case maybe I screwed it up the first time because there was already text there. Type 3. There are user font types. Can I draw glyphs and do that? Oh, by the way, we could be doing this and just looking at this gloriousness. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Somehow failed to change it. Yeah, I was thinking that. All right, quit. Modify. Test. That is, in fact, a different font. Okay, we'll change it to 1. Font. Type 1. Okay, type 1. Quit. Modify. Is this going to be the serif font? Test. That is, in fact, the serif font. Oh my gosh. Dude. Okay, out of curiosity, could I just backspace through this? No. Rub out? Oh, whoa, that was not what I thought. Oh, it kind of... This thing is awesome. Rub out's a little aggressive. Dang. I'm just gonna wipe this out and then we will put 4 here. This is so cool. Redoing the text wrapping properly, doesn't know how to align the glyph vectors without relooking each one. Yeah, so that is what I believe it is doing. So it has it's a rich text editor, essentially. And it is keeping the spacing of the other glyphs, even though we are eliminating the ones that are preceding it. So this might be a little weird here when we change this. So 4, I believe. Or did we do 4 already? So we failed at 1. I did 2 again, then 3, so I think we are on to 4. All right, we'll try color in a little bit. Quit, modify. Test. Did I not change it? Or is that a different serif font? Oh my gosh, it's gonna take its sweet time. Let me just go ahead and do this real quick while I'm thinking about it. Oh man. That's clearly character type 1 still. I don't really feel like waiting for it though, so we're just gonna go over to the end. We'll try 4 again, I suppose. Font. Type. 4. Enter. Type is 4. Okay. Quit. Modify. It's obviously maintaining an object list. I don't know what it's doing other than making me happy. Oh, it's the rodeo font. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm having such a good time. Okay, we'll try 5. So, font. Type. 5. What does list help list all the I don't know. I can look at that in a bit. Quit, modify. I think there are custom fonts. So I believe I read a paper about a university that was using one of these with a SumaSketch tablet, where they were able to draw graphics into it. I do not know if I will ever be able to do that. I don't have a serial interface for it to connect to. So probably not. And I don't think I have graphics drawing software unless it's on the video titler disk, which I don't know. But yeah, okay. Test. Oh my gosh, it's italicized. I think when we do something like that, we want it to be a little more fun. So I'm holding off on that. I'm just trying to get a feel for what fonts we have here. I'm definitely feeling font 2 above all others at the moment. All right, we got to try font 6 now. Font. This is the last font, probably, unless the custom fonts were set. So type 6. I don't like that it was italic, though. It's kind of just font. What is that? 1. But italicized. It's a little boring. Let's go back. Let's edit. Test. Thin. Okay, it's the same font, kind of, but it's smaller, which is useful. I feel like Computer Chronicles, when did Computer Chronicles launch? I don't know. There's so many options available with this, though. Oh my gosh. Do I need to get my Nuvicon Panasonic camera out of storage to use with this? I mean, I don't know why I'm even saying the words. You guys are just going to say, duh, obviously. But... $84, so this would have been an option. And it wasn't a high production value show. Duh, obviously. The bad news is I have no idea where it is. I'm pretty sure it's in storage, but beyond that, not a clue. Okay. All right. Just to make you happy. There you go. I can almost spell even. All right, let's find out how good the text editor is. Can I insert a character? Kind of. I don't know. There's a big ol' H button, and I'm inclined to press it. Okay, there's a dedicated help button. I feel like perhaps when we're just reading text, maybe this is the better mode to be in. I'm just trying to set up the dual mode a little better here. Easy, did you gift a sub? Because it didn't go through. It might be one of those weird, like, for some reason, individually targeted gift subs have like a 50-50 chance, it seems, of whether or not they come through on the API. I don't know why. Anyway, help. Okay. Control space, move or erase. Yes, it never does for you, but whatever. That's still weird. I don't know why, but thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe the next Patreon thing be on this. I know everybody wants that. Here's the deal. The only way I would consider doing that is if I can generate the files off the computer, because let's be real, it's going to take me like 3 hours to do that if I have to do it on the computer. Okay, I do want to try something. Let me double check to see what stuff I have here. Okay, what's this? I don't know. I think this doesn't go the way I want it to. This is... That's closer. Still not quite the whole 9 yards. How do I not have this here? I thought I did. I swear I had a garbage HDMI to composite adapter here, but apparently not. Because I was gonna try just connecting the Blackmagic to it. But I'm not seeing it. Oh, wait. I think this is it. I think I found it. Hold on. I need a USB mini cable. Yoink. And then power. Why am I out of all the cheapo 5-volt wall warts? We'll figure something out. Okay, and then a single video cable. All right, let's do this. Hold on. You're not going to be able to see what I'm doing in a moment because the whole goal here is to unplug the camera. So just bear with me. Ooh. Wait. Let me try something. This is the input. No, nothing is broken, but I'm realizing the only reason this is working is because I am using actual good video hardware, and that's not going to be an option with a camcorder. Okay, that's all right. That'll work. Disaster averted. if I run the composite video signal into the reference signal, then it still works. It can act as the gen lock. That was my concern. Okay, I think this will do color bars. It will also output a format. Oh, that's PAL. There we go. Oh my gosh, the colors are so screwed. This adapter sucks. How are they so screwed vertically? Like, that's weird. The weirder part is that it's only in the SMC-70. Yeah, seeing the hand move in the laptop. One moment, let me try disconnecting the signal and having it reconnect. See what it does. It's not really any better. The chroma, yeah, it hates the chroma out of that thing. Huh. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Dude, I love this thing. All right, well, this is clearly not the answer, but there we go. Validated that we can actually output or superimpose over real video. I probably just want a better real video source. Unfortunately, I can't input a video source into the pattern generator and have it like re-buffer it. External input? Oh, maybe. Hold on. Let's try that. So if I do ext and then video. Okay, so there's that. And then I do RF mod, no, video sweep. Others. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, next. There we go. Others. What? Others, pattern, matrix, blah, blah. Come on, give me video pass-through. No. Okay. Checker, moving marker. I feel like there's a way of picking the video pass-through. And an HDMI to composite adapter. This is an HDMI to composite adapter. That's the thing, is that it sucks. So I'm trying to see if I can pass through video on the pattern generator and basically have it re-buffer it, if maybe it accepts it better. One of the interesting things about this, by the way, if I pick the color field, I can change the video output level, which it really loves over there, I can just tell. Oh, yeah, I can disable sync. Its favorite. Oh my gosh. Or the color burst entirely. Oh, man. You don't have a composite camera in the office? That's the thing. I think I don't. Because I don't really... Nothing I do uses that stuff. Yeah, I don't think I do. That would be an extremely low priority kind of item. So I wouldn't keep it in the office. So maybe technically kinda okay. I have a Toshiba PDR M70 digital camera that is ancient and uses smart media cards. But it has composite out and live view. Let me make sure this is the correct power supply. 5 volt, 2 amp, yes. Now, I kind of like this thing a lot, so I'm gonna go get a tripod to put it on. Because I don't want to risk it falling and dying. Unfortunately, it has screen damage already. Oh, my God. The threads on this are absolute trash. Oh! Strike against the Velbon again, Philip. The threads of the head got ripped out and they're stuck on this. Oof. Man, it's a Velbon bloodbath. That's a shame. This was the good one. All right, here's yet another Velbon VS3. This is the not good one. Beep, beep. Okay. Video out, NTSC, check. Okay, TV. Cancel. Why is this all? Oh, because it's over here. Okay. This should be outputting, I believe. Why is it not? Oh, because I connected audio. Oop. Okay, that looks a lot better. A lot more era appropriate. I don't think that's what I want, actually. How do I turn off all of the HUD mode? Would you like some text on your text? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how to turn all that off. AV, that's different. It's still video. None of the modes are changing that. Look at that smart media card. Oh my gosh. OLN, it is an old digital camera, as evidenced by the smart media card in the background. Vivid color, obviously. Thank you very much. Wait, I messed it up. Oh, it's so much more vivid. It only goes away when you review pictures. But then how am I going to live stream through Real Media Player? Preview on. What does that mean? What happens if I click the button? Well, we got a picture of an SMC-70, so there's that at least. Ooh, that's closer. Hold on. So this is video mode. Card almost full down from one picture. Hey, I can take 3 minutes and 15 seconds of video here. It is not intuitive at all. I wish I could just figure out how to make the HUD go away. It's so frustrating. It's so close to good. They win, you need to go dig into the storage unit. Yeah, I know, right? The other thing, so that you don't fully grasp about getting the Nuvicon, And it's something that you would not see here. So Nuvicon means CRT camera, and CRT means phosphor persistence. There's something that you're missing with a video camera like this. Like, this has the kind of quality that you would expect out of a Nuvicon, but it doesn't have the smearing that you would expect for a low budget production camera like this. So this is actually kind of nice video in a way. Just wish I knew how to get the stupid HUD off. No smear, no motion interlace issues. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's no fun. So there's 3 modes. Well, there's 4 modes, because there's also this one, but I don't think I was going to help. This is photo mode. This is TV mode. I don't know what that is. There is AV mode. And then there is record mode. I'm going to set it to TV mode. Okay, I found some menu stuff. We can change white balance, area. That's autofocus area. Wait, it has multi-points of autofocus? Oh, it's a single point you pick. Interesting. And then autofocus. Okay, but we can't... Should be a setting to turn off the date. Well, if I go to other picture modes, then we'd have histogram instead, which histogram, holy moly, that's impressive. Maybe under setup, video out, we just have NTSC and PAL. I don't want to reset. Time and date, that's not it. Look at that awesome background, though. That is PC connection mode. Yeah, it's trying to screw with it. That's the picture we just took. Yeah, it does, I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't do this the way I want. Flash? How do you have flash and... That's weird. I'm surprised clicking the thing here doesn't change anything. Oh well. It's that clock routine, yeah. TV and AV are just how it balances the image? Oh, really? Oh! Panasonic is color. Yes, it's a 3-tube Nuvicon. It's a reporter VTR camera. So you have the unit and then the umbilical that goes down to the tape deck that you have strapped to your hip. And then the tape deck has actual video out. Yeah, it is actually quite fancy. I don't buy that kind of stuff normally, but when I saw that, I'm like, okay, actually, though, I kind of have to. And there it went to auto sleep. All right, I'm going to give up on this. As fun as it was, it's not really working that well. You set the border color. I don't know. We haven't got that far into it. Unfortunately, there are no manuals. So we're just going to have to kind of trial and error our way through it. Well, caliber spy, yes, but modern isn't necessarily preferable. There is a fun in using old, terrible cameras with the old, terrible video titler. Well, Paul Guy, do you have a source for that? Because I have not found anything like really great for information. And because would not expect older camera to be able to do that. I disagree. Because there is a type of camera that I've been keeping an eye out for that I haven't run across yet that is incredibly low priority, but I do have the stuff to use it. So 1979 Magnavox VCRs and other tape decks that you would get for your home around that time actually came with a video input on the front. And that's not so that you could record another VCR into that one. It's because they sold handheld camcorders that were wired, that plug into the wall, that have video out that you would plug into your VCR that you would then use to record home movies on your VCR. It's just a camcorder that you plug in to the wall like that. So there were machines or devices like that that were older. I don't have one of those cameras to demonstrate that because, as I mentioned, I've been keeping an eye out. They're not like desirable or that rare, I would say. They're just not good. So again, kind of looking out for the right one. So yes, there are old demo videos that have been preserved and uploaded for the video titler, but as far as I'm aware, there are no examples of it actually working like this. There was nothing live recorded after the year 2000, as far as I know. Just as a rough time period. Okay. Let's try and change the color. Let's go to a different pattern that's less brutal. That one's brutal in a different way. So let's say color. All right. All of a sudden it's really hard to read. So you know what? There we go. So we got character and we've got edge. Okay, so we're still on the small font. Helen Croft wanted red and blue. I don't know if this is how this works. Character. So character. R1. I need to go look at the tripods. They're getting cranky out there. Okay, it's fine. You had to try changing the font size as well. That is true. Yes. Okay. Character. Okay. Oh, do we just cycle? Okay. So that's probably red. That's red. Okay. Let's go with this. So we have the source of truth here. So we've got red and then edge, blue. Oh, this is going to be horrendous. Wait, border. Oh. Boom, there you go, no border. Is that like you have a farm of tripods? So, back before I moved, back before I had the electronics bench, I had a room that had a weird setup, and you can see this in the Coleco Atom power supply video, where I had a weird setup where I had a calyx shelf that was sitting on top of the desk that I was working on. It was my sort of ghetto workbench, okay? And it was a 1x4 calyx that had feet on the base that were in kind of unusual places. I took that, I put it on its side in the hallway up against the bookshelves, and I left the feet on, and I pushed it up against the bookshelves. And that gives me this weird upright area with bars, essentially, that hold tripods in. So I can reach in, grab the tripods, lift them up and out, and then I can put them down and in. I didn't do a good job of putting it in. I just kind of crammed it in there and it fell out. But I have multiple old tripods from like setting up sliders and lights and other weird things. So I have like that little area between the calyx shelf and the bookshelf's feet is just full of stands. Cody, you want to see something really, really ridiculous? Like, really, what is wrong with you? Ridiculous. Two of these. And we're currently dual monitor capturing this computer using that. Is that the back room? No, that's the hallway, Desiak. So, to make it seem less horrendously, wretchedly excessive, not that it isn't still, but I got a second RT4K for the office because I end up using one at home all the time. But for this project, this is outputting RGB sync, RGBS, over for the computer interface. So the upper left video, okay, that one's RGBS. And then the other one is composite. So it's like, well, I might as well use them both. So yeah, that's that. All right. Let's quit. Let's go type. Modify. So yeah, this is, I don't think you've seen this, Cody. This is a Sony SMC-70G, which is a computer from 1982, but this particular version is a video titler. So the bottom right image you're seeing is actually taking video from a pattern generator that I have connected. I have connected this camera to it. It's just really terrible because my composite or HDMI to composite adapter is bad and it outputs terrible chroma. That is violent. Yeah, that color is terrible. I do love it. Especially on the bright other colors. But yeah. Yeah, this computer is super duper cool. And from what I can tell, this is the only video of one working on the internet. Oh, I just realized we can remove color channels here. Oh, that's freaky. All right. You know, we haven't tried changing the page. We have font, we have Edge. What is Edge? Awesome fonts, you can do video, music video with it. Everyone here wants me to do basically a PBS special. Normal, shadowy. Oh, we've been doing normal. So I think we could do shadow. Oh, wait, there's different kinds of edge styles. We got 1, 2, 3. Were we on 1 or were we on, let's try 3. I know we weren't on 3. So normal, okay, let's try shadow 3. We'll quit. And then I bet that'll give us that first year transition thing. That pattern generator is sweet too. Oh, the pattern generator is one of the best purchases I ever made, and it was on a whim. Everything I bought at that point was actually on a whim. There was a Craigslist listing where someone had a picture of like a bunch of TRS-80 software and manuals and stuff, and tucked away in there was a copy of Microsoft Adventure in the box. Now, I have a copy of Microsoft Adventure for IBM PC, but the boxed copy was never available for PC because it just comes in that little binder thing. You get the manual that has a cover art, but that's totally different. The TRS-80 one, box is incredible. So I was trying to get there. It turns out that it's someone clearing out a deceased relative's home, and they were just getting rid of stuff and letting people come through and pick through it. Someone already came through and picked up the Microsoft Adventure, which I was really sad about. But I went through, I got a bunch of TRS-80 Model 2 documentation of all things. Someone else bought the computer before me and then left all of the software and manuals like you're an idiot. Anyway, I bought that. I got all of the popular electronics from there. Unfortunately, there was popular radio electronics, popular radio, whatever the other one was. I didn't think to grab that at the time because I didn't realize that popular electronics basically split off from that. I wish I'd grabbed it. Anyway, I got the Leader NTSC pattern generator, which was just like, I was in the garage, I was going to leave, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. I will grab that too. So it was just like, yeah. Anyway, there was a box version for the TRS-80, yes. I believe it's the one that Modern Vintage Gamer did the video on the DRM about, but it's like a different kind of DRM than the PC one. Let's try and type. Modify. Shadow. Yeah. Let's backspace. Shadow 3. Oh yeah, shadow. So that must just be shadow depth then. Yeah, that's excellent. Dude, this is so good. So that was the edge type. Okay, and then end. Let's just end because I want to try and go to the next page. I think it's saving this back to the disk. Give me waste an entire summer playing with this? Dude, it's so awesome. Oh my gosh. Page number. Okay. Turn the page. Enter? Okay, here we go. We haven't even looked through other pages. I have no idea what is on this disc. Just phrasing that like up front, okay? That is insane. University, interesting. Okay. Huh. You guys want to learn some college? Let's go. 2005, it's coming from a school. Like, duh, they kept using this thing 20 years later. They didn't have money. I am so glad this cannot show photos. I'm so glad that we cannot have photos. What's gonna be medical stuff? Oh my gosh. Background and menu is the punch out color. I think it's interesting that they encoded a page. They're intentionally putting the blue backgrounds in, okay? That's their PowerPoint slide pages. And then they have pages where there was transparent background so they could actually overlay text on video. Oh, it's dogs. Oh, okay. That's a lot less horrifying. It can't be made slower, can't keep up, yeah. Well, in its defense, you're not supposed to run the demo live off of this. You're supposed to record it to like a VHS and then play it back. Although, you know, I'm having very bad thoughts. I wonder how difficult it'd be to get the serial interface for this. Unrelated thought. Did you know that Sony made re-recordable Laserdisc drives that you can do frame recordings to, and that you can use serial commands to advance frames? Do I want to chroma key this on the stream? I don't have to. I have all, I mean, if I got a better HDMI to composite adapter, we could do that. They did, pretty sure you mentioned you have one. I have a Pioneer LVD LD V4400, which can play those back, not record. Be more fun. Twitch Cat can live caption you. So there will never be a future where this can run live. It's just not designed for that. So, excuse me, like Ben said, it's probably drawing direct bitmaps to a frame buffer. As it reads the font data and builds out the image, changes the colors, that kind of stuff. So it's really not ever going to be fast in real time. That's the jank, yeah. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I mean, not the part where they're talking about how they're giving dogs drugs, but oh, but that's the end of the page. Aw, shucks darn. What does home do? How about end? Back. We cannot save. Oh no. End. Abort. Now aborting. Okay, well that's kind of not the best terminology for medical documents. Okay, let's see if we can load whatever the other titler thing was. VT. Here we go. Now loading data. Page 1, no text. Boo. Page 2 does not exist. We only got one page of horrifying medical data. VT vet training? No, I think this is the video title or blank page. The other one was named Bill. Buy an O-ring kit and use those as belts. So that's not making a belt though. So for the record, the Sharp CE125 microcassette drive needs like 0.5 millimeter belts. I'm not gonna find O-rings for that. Gasket making kits are usually RTV, so that's not really gonna work either. So I don't know what I could do. What is super? We didn't look at that. Super. Select super. Oh, we already did that. Okay. Gosh, this thing is so ridiculous. Let's explore more of the disk, I think. I think we can quit this out. Please select a mode, end, abort. Let's try and quit the software. Learning about the file format now. Everything's on archive.org. You would need a way of decoding the disk format. I don't know if that's out there. What's aux? Please select a mode, delete, rename. We don't want to do any of that. Not that anything on here is that precious because we can recreate it like that, but we don't need to delete or anything. Must be a clean feed output option to hide the menus. Well, we just accidentally unlocked clean feed command prompt because it changed the superimpose mode. Previously, it was outputting the green background everywhere. That's kind of hilarious. Okay. So are there any more COM files? There's VED. VED. I have no idea what this is. Whoa. That seems like the page editor for the titler, but it's not meant to be run independently. Huh. Was there V menu? Oh, there is, yeah. So what I think that is not meant to be run independently. 80 column mode? I didn't think about that. I guess it was running in a 40 column mode before. Probably because you're supposed to be able to read it on the composite display. Although I have 80 column composite output machines. Live drawing? No, this is definitely, yeah, hold on. Modify. It's the exact same thing. So I think what this is test. Yeah, we are currently drawing to the frame buffer directly, but we're not going to save anything. So if I end, set data, disk, in drive, B, and end, yeah, I think we accidentally did a thing that we should not have done, is what happened here. It seems incredibly cranky. I can't quit. I don't think we were supposed to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and reset. Dude, I love this thing. It's so good. Oh my gosh. The text cursor is still flashing away. Must overlay text and graphics planes. That seems to have been fairly common for this time. You know what? They probably are in the superimposer. Do we know what the pinout of the RGB out port is? Because it's possible.
INT82S subscribed with Prime. They subscribed for 3 months. End of line.
INT82, thank you for the Prime sub and for 3 months. I appreciate that. It might be that the superimposer takes video in and then sends it back out. I don't know. There's one for sale local near you, an SMC-70. Is there software? Manuals? I'm almost desperate enough where I'm willing to subsidize someone else buying one just to get the manuals and stuff. Let's change over to B. Let's dir that. No manuals. Yeah, that seems to be more the case, frustratingly. Any COM files? No, just a bunch of PIX files. What is thanks? Bill, VTX, big box? Copy? Egg prod. Lithograph. There's some in there that I want to see. There's one I very much do not want to try and show. There are two I don't want to try and show on stream. 3 I may not want to show on stream. But is there a picture viewer of some kind? 4 I don't want to show on stream. What does pressing W do? It types W. You've got manuals, Wolf? I am incredibly interested in manuals. Like, I want to scan them and get them archived. I have everything needed to do that very quickly and easily and without damaging them. But yeah, pressing W types W. That's all it does. Let's go back to A. Make sure there's no picture viewer. Yeah, I see nothing there. Interesting. Perhaps that other disc. No. Well, maybe that other disc that Glitchworks has could view the photos, because they had one where it was showing the Sphinx or a pharaoh or something. So maybe. V menu. I assume V menu prints the file select menu. Or even worse. Let's double check one more time. VT, vMenu, VEd. Those three are unusable. And then it looks like we have all of the fonts. So there's serif, there's other serif. That's probably size. Okay, so there's 16 pixel tall, 24 pixel tall, and 32 pixel tall. Okay. Probably whatever ROM for the font is, and then there's additional font. Intriguing. Ben, do you remember CPM command for typing a file to the screen so that we can print out README? Just type? Okay, type README. Interesting. Also confirmation the 70G from being from 1983. You know DOS, you know CPM generally. We're doing a form of pip right now. The other kind of pip is one of those things that gets a little wonky. I have a hesitation to just trying DOS commands in CPM. Well, the one thing this tells us is what the original files to the disk are. However, I don't believe there was a README on this disk. No. So this is a modified copy. I have a feeling we could delete everything after. I have a feeling we could use a blank B disk. I don't think we need this one at all. Oh, we have to make the Glitchwork disk. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What's on there? What is on this on the disk? Oh no. I hate CPM, man. Yeah, but you know what it doesn't contain, Ben? Format. Man, I really need to hit a treasure trove of double density 3.5-inch discs. These are all the Atari discs. And they're not in great shape. Where did I put the second TurboTax disc? Did I put it back in the Mac box? I feel like I did, like an idiot. Could quite easily. I feel like setup is never that. Setup is always like, which printer do you want, or device do you want to use when you do print? Or what is your serial terminal setup? Was Q-term? It's probably just a terminal. The reality is we can make a blank disk by figuring out the disk's format and then using CPM tools to delete all of the files on it, but it's going to be the annoying way. And then they're all going to have the same disk identifier. Like, it's, I don't know where I put that other TurboTax disk. I bet it's still in the Mac. Well, it can't be. When you shut it off, it ejects. Where did I put it? Found it yesterday's stream. Missed it by like an hour. Complete setup SMC-70G video tizer box, doubles monitor stand. Ooh, video tizer box. I'm not aware of that. Interesting. No such thing in CPM? Okay. That's good to know. I don't remember. Did you say you had the software too? Man, it would be groundbreaking to get that stuff. Just to give you an idea, Wolf, this is the only source of SMC-70G software on the internet. That's it. Just straight up. This one page that Cathode Radio did. So yeah, anything more that we could get going would be massive. Yes, Dziak, they are. That's what's frustrating. Oh, it's not a problem, Ben. I will probably work on that tomorrow because I think we've kind of hit the limit of what we can do over here. How does a read write? That's fine, Dziak. We learned something. I think it was because it was the busy day here, let's say, and that more people were coming by. So you load pic file with VT out. And so VT specifically looks for files that have the VTX extension, and it's not showing those. So I'm going to guess that there was an additional disk included with this. Actually, hold on, let's look at this. D1 boot titler disk, same as D1, but I ripped it a little different, including for safety. This is okay. D2 contains all of that. This one, what is this? Oh, these are the Glitchworks images. So we already have those. So we have 4 disks, that's it. Weirdly though, Dziak, that was Saturday. I bet these are very basic bitmaps that they could be decoded. I will not be participating in that process. Yeah, so we just straight up don't have software for the image stuff. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, Pip, oh, that's interesting. Pip isn't actually on there. Good thing it's on that one. We should probably, yeah, I really need more double density disks. Okay. Let me go to eBay really quick. It's not like you're going to get here immediately, but I would just like to know how much damage I'm going to be in for here. Yeah, we need to make these 2 disks no matter what. We need to see what version of CPM is on there as well to see if it's the same on both. I think I would said it was 2.2. It's probably 2.2. It would be weird if it had CPM plus on it. 3.5-inch DD floppy. $5 at the thrift store. I mean, in theory, I didn't see that in practice. Yeah, about what? Oh my gosh, $30 a pack for 10. Ugh. $60 for 3. I want to be stupid and prefer a Sony pack too. Stefan, yeah, that's the problem. So that's what we will be working on tomorrow. So the way CPM works, for those who don't know, you have at the beginning of the floppy disk a binary section of data that just gets loaded straight into the computer after the BIOS ROM on the machine accesses the floppy disk to try and see if there's any code. That code then acts as a shim to load the rest of the operating system off of the floppy. So they shifted the BIOS essentially into two parts. Half of it is on the computer, half of it is on the floppy disk. And you have to have the correct BIOS binary boot sector on the floppy disk, as well as the correct CCP command interpreter thing on the floppy for it to work. So you have to have the right format of floppy with the right amount of bootloader data and then the right files to go with that bootloader data to make it work. That's how CPM 3 worked. Oh, does 2 just have the BIOS data only? Or single load? Okay. Oh, it was CPM 3 that I have on the Jonos. That's right. And I think I wanted to get CPM 2, but that hasn't been found yet. Yeah, that's why. CPM 3, also known as CPM Plus, for those keeping score at home. So this is 2.2, so I guess there won't be a CCP then. So that's good. We do need, so what we need to do, to clarify, is we need to take one of these disks, we need to convert it into binary data, and then we need to zero out everything after the BIOS and use CPM tools, which is a Linux utility, to delete all of the files. That way we have a blank disk that has the correct bootloader, and then we can use CPM tools to build a disk image with whatever files we want on it. So we'll work on that tomorrow. So we're kind of planning out what we're going to do tomorrow because I don't want to get into that today. We only got 20 minutes left. We can't do anything meaningful in that amount of time. Need the bootloader for drive B too? No, you only need it for drive A, but every single disk will start the file system after the space of the BIOS. So there's no reason not to have the BIOS on every single disk. Collection of CPM software. Hold on. I think I looked at this and it was basically a backup of what we already had. Oh, that's right. This one's weird. I don't know. I did download this, though. Let me see. Did I make a folder for this? Is it? No. I'll just download it again. Why not? So this one's a little weird because we got a bunch of stuff that's not that useful.
So like the ROM stuff, I am not going to be able to utilize that stuff because I don't. Well, you know, actually, I don't know. It's on disc 2. Oh, they have text listings. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Small 70 F16. Okay, so there's the titler stuff again. It's interesting. This seems to be a different assortment, I think. Okay. Let's look at... It's on 2. Okay, more picture files. VTX files are titles. So those are... Farming pick. That's weird. The README might be helpful. That's weird. PIP is included on here, so this is a modified disk. Submit, setup, very modified disk. VUF, that one's new. More likely to be of interest as well. Some user fonts, those could be interesting. That also tells us how to work on it. I don't know what message.txt is going to be. I don't know how to... Batch file processor? Okay, that makes sense. Would that take in the text files most likely then? This is font tools. This is for the network card. Etherlink 3. We definitely need to make, we need to write that one. We should see what that is. I guess we could do that right now. Video titler. I think we need to set up a workflow for this so that we can start processing and converting disks into a single format. Oh, this is that. I've been trying to find this. Yeah, so Dave Dunfield of Teledisk decompilation fame, essentially wrote Image Disk, was hosting some SMC-70 software for a while. I could not find a valid link to it. It seemed like there was some link rot going on. This may be an archive of that. We got anything in here? These are the archive.org ones from Cathode Ray Dude. Okay. Cache sub is a submit file. Okay. So this probably just basic boot disk. How was that again? Okay, let's go ahead and write disk 2. I think we can do that. These are the files from that. Okay, let's write disk 2, see what we can get. Oh, that is a hot floppy disk. Holy moly. I'm gonna take the retro tank off of that thing. Where is the heat coming from? There's definitely some heat emanating from the computer. Dude, I love that thing. I did not think I was going to like the SMC-70 as much as I do. Son disk 2.imd. I didn't wipe the floppy, but since we're writing the same format, hopefully it won't matter. may have actually helped. Shop here is done. Like I said, I have this downloaded already. I just hadn't gotten to it yet. But yeah, there might be something in that Sony disc too that we should look at here. Is the fan running in the top? There is no fan. Oh, there is a fan. That's right. Good call.
Raccoon says CHER 100 TG SMC-70 had an advantage to you liking it. It's not a PS2. End of line.
Yeah. I think the fan isn't running. No. Okay, so we need to investigate that. That's not good. We've got our disc. Yeah, so that's a suboptimal element there. All right. Popping that into drive B. We are on B already. Okay. So some new stuff. Let's run, you know what? Type README first. Program disk 2. Okay, so these are the actual files. vuff.com is a real file. We should run that. Okay. As well as the pic file. Interesting. And sample VTX. Okay. Let's run VUF. I think it gave up. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Yeah, definitely gave up. I wonder if there's a potential of there being two different versions of the titler. I will attempt to run it one more time. Thought you were tapping on something? I was tapping on the stool. I always forget you guys can hear that. Now that I think about it, it probably sounded like the disk load mechanisms for the drives. Nope. Okay. Well, let's load the samples. See what we can get. So VT. Oh gosh, I love that. So good. All right. So something tells me that double P sample isn't the original sample file. Also, am I crazy? Hold on. Exit. B. Der. No, it is just Tomoko. I thought I misread it at first. I thought I said Tokyo. Okay. Is it smart enough to go back? No. A. Der. Maybe we'll get lucky and it will recognize that VUF is on there and then it will allow us to do something more with it. Maybe a menu option that was not previously available will become available. Please select a mode. We don't want that.
Tier 1. They've subscribed for 51 months, currently on a 51-month streak. And says dual screen be dual screening. End of line.
Sergeant Silver, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 51 months. I appreciate that. Yes, we have 2 displays here for the Sony SMC-70. Here, let me load a file. I guess we'll try double P sample and hope for the best.
You really want to ask that question of us question mark? I mean, we are qualified on the subject of crazy. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. CPM not have path like DOS? Actually, I think CPM 2.2 does not have directories. Is that correct, Ben? That was an advancement of 3. Okay, so if we go to the superimposer here, check this out. We're gonna, boom, superimpose. So I have a video pattern generator over here, and I can pick between different ways of putting data on here. So we're gonna stick with super mode. Go ahead and quit. And let's look at page 1. No text. Well, that's not tremendously helpful. Okay, well, let's end. Go to abort, and we'll pick a different file, I suppose. No version of CPM has directories. Awesome. Okay, let's try font types. Font types. Note that this has user fonts included on it, so there is a potential of it showing some actually interesting things. I'm going to have it load page 1 here, potentially. So having a good think about it. Okay. Oh man, why did I waste my time earlier? We could have just done this. Dude, I love that it's someone else's notes with experimenting with this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so bigger. Oh my gosh, medium is huge. Kerning? What do you mean the kerning's horrible? No, the kerning is fine. Look at it. It is actually fully proportional. Okay, the FO in font 4 could be a little better. We can also do F4 superimpose on our video. Look at it. It's glorious. We'll just go ahead and do that for now. Ciao. Look at it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I love this thing. Next page. It really does have to think about drawing the large fonts. There a page 4? There is no page 4. Okay. Let's end this. See if there's anything else here that doesn't look weird. So far it seems like it can only show text, so I think we're mostly safe. I say we try 03C91.
Sounds like a 3-com NIC. That's what I'm thinking too. Well, okay, we're done with this disc, I think, because it's, nope. Can't win. What is this text from? It's some random disc from the internet. Yeah, all right, that's it for the files we will be loading from this disc. Unfortunately, I didn't see a way of loading the VUF program, unfortunately. So, yeah, probably don't do Russian. Yeah. So go back to B, stir this one more time. There were a couple of other programs. So there is whatever D is, we could run that. We could try running setup while we've got it on here. And then what else is there? Pip. We didn't have pip on here. We don't need to run it though. Let's just try D, see what we get. It's just a shorthand dir? That's weird. Okay. That's not that useful. We'll try and run setup. See what we get. Usually this is menu based. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Screen attributes, interesting. Color of text. I don't think that's what color the text is. Okay. Maybe we can change it, who knows? That would be really hilarious if there's like an EEPROM on this. It might just been yellow on green because that's what some weirdo wanted it to be. Okay. So text background complementary? What? Transparent, white, black. Let's go black. We'll keep the dark green text border for giggles. 24, 25, we'll stay on 25 line. Interlace mode, that's interesting. 5. Huh. Well, that's curious. Is that going to output PAL? Okay. Left arrow, right arrow to select. Home for main menu. Return to test. I don't think I changed the line mode, right? No. Okay. Let's, hopefully it doesn't write any EEPROMs. I did? You went from 525 to, oh, okay. But it didn't change the color. Hold on, B. I mean, it did something. Set up. Let's just try and change the color only. Okay, screen attributes. Color of text, white. Text background. You know, let's just leave it like that. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Complementary kind of sucks, though. Let's try 3. What is transparent? This might be weird. It appears to have done nothing. Let's try black. Okay. I think transparent only applies to the superimposer if it's running in superimposer mode. Weirdly. So graphics background 4. Dark green, moss green, salmon, tan. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Interesting. So they have names for all of the colors. Well, let's try that. Home for main menu. Okay. Disk configuration. Huh. New sign, letters, that drive. Okay. So that looks like there is no double-sided. Also, I do love the 8-inch drives being listed. So that's nice. Technically, I think there is a way of connecting 8-inch drives. So there is a connector on the back of the disk drive module that we could use to connect. What's the Sony 256K cache drives? Well, interesting you say that, because this does actually have one. So press home for main menu, Y to continue disk configuration. Up to 4 drive letters. Those are A and B. For drives. Enter letters as shown above. Okay. Let's try C. Press home again for main menu. Exit to CPM without saving. Okay. This might be where not having format screws us. Yeah. That sucks. So like I mentioned, I think I have the disk cache thing here. But if we don't have format, that doesn't matter. Save the system there and reboot CPM. Doesn't support hot reload of drive types. Oh, okay. Is system saved to the floppy or to... It won't write any ROM stuff, right? It would only save to the floppy? It'll update the system on the floppy. Okay. I'm willing to try that. So let's go back to B. Setup. Setup. It'd be kind of nice to know if the disk cache unit works. Be cool. There's an LED on it. I have no idea what that does. Disk configuration. We'll leave everything else the same. Y to continue. So A, B for those. C for this. And nothing else. Okay. Home for main menu. 6, save system setup. Y to save. That appears to be saving to B. So I will try and load B. Okay. I'm going to swap B into the... Hold on, the label's getting caught, making it spooky. Okay, we're gonna boot B. Once I find the cotton swab thing. And by boot B, I mean I just move the disk over. Okay. C. Dir. Oh my gosh! We got fade mode? What? It works. Dir. The disk cache is working. Oh my gosh. Sweet. So we can pip some files over to that. A, submit cache. I mean, sure, why not? A, submit cache. The LED isn't blinking on it. Okay. Oh my gosh, this thing is awesome. Does it have a backup battery? It would normally, but the battery is gutted because it probably went bad. So there would have been a backup battery. So, for the record, let me kill that stupid flash cut. I'm not seeing anything going back and forth. It's making, I'm spinning the disk sounds, but I'm not seeing anything over here, and that's not progressing. Can it boot from the cache drive now? I don't think we can transfer the BIOS to the cache drive. Oh, it is trying to copy from B, which doesn't exist. Okay. Well, we need to end the stream anyway. That was pretty darn sweet. Okay. So we learned some stuff. I'm going to pop this open so it can cool, since it's not properly cooling. Man, we are... That's pretty darn awesome. I'm really excited. Okay, well... We know what the pip command is for? Oh, I always knew it was for copy. Yeah, the pip is the copy command, weirdly. Yeah. So, we'll continue this tomorrow. We'll probably work on making a disk def for the Grease Weasel to be able to convert the images to raw binary so we can work with them with CPM tools. CPM tools might work with IMD, but I don't want to work with IMD. I don't like that file format. It's just, eh. Anyway, so we'll mess around with this some more, and then I think we'll be able to make some progress. My goal is to get Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy onto it tomorrow. I think we can do that. 80 column mode, that should be a breeze to run. So the terminal mode emulation is probably going to be fine. I don't think it'll be an issue. So yeah, we'll be able to get a game on it at least, and then yeah. I think the outlook is optimistic on this. So, with that, I am going to run the black screen button. No, I'm going to hit outro. Fix the fan? Yeah, we'll take a look at the fan as well. That's a little more complicated. But I would like that to not be terrible. So, all right. Well, if you enjoyed this stream, then you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon, but that is it for now. Tomorrow we will return with more SMC-70 nonsense, but yeah, that's it. So I will see you all next time.